Yeah, it is 2 Sundays back to back. But yeah, how you doing, X Factor? Yeah, I don't know. Right, a little bit of a late start today. Probably should have just made it a day off. But I think it's fine. All right, let's pop out the chat. That way I can see it on the teleprompter over for YouTube. All right, we'll let a couple of these songs go while we get to our stuff. Get some more tea going. Yeah, what's up, Chaotic? How you doing? Oof, 5 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, that's brutal, man. Readjust. Right? What is it? What, 3 weeks away?
What does it do? What's it for? Well, nothing.
All right, we'll do one more of these playlist songs, just because This one's a classic. Classic song, right? Does anyone know why They Might Be Giants was featured so heavily on Tiny Toons back in the day? Right? They did like 3 songs, maybe 4 songs. But it's a classic song. Okay. Which one of these would be the Mac build? App image? Nope. Oh, DMG. All right, all right. This song's good, but yeah, let's just get to some synthwave. And music is loud. Sorry, I didn't realize that till just now. I keep cranking it up when we're over on the other stream. Let's actually just create a new desktop for Insomnium. And this is actually something where I'm going to want to create, or I'm going to want to grab from the old Mac Mini the Insomnia collection that I had. Now, I guess here's the tricky part. Because we have the multi-factor off, hmm. It's going to be a lot harder automating the grabbing of a token. Hmm. Oh, and did I even edit my today command? I didn't. So yeah, we'll think about running these tests here eventually. But yeah, Insomnium, it's a nice tool. Let me double check and install Insomnia. Yeah, this is a nice hoodie. We'll see if I actually have these things saved to my account. If so, that would be kind of cool. Mm. So yeah, nothing in my personal workspace there. So yeah, I had created the Insomnia collections before they did their cloud stuff. So that's annoying. Oh well. All right, so back to this part. Um right, so we're going to have this notify um on yeah, notify on limit amount. Right, account ID. Right, a balance relates just to the business. Yeah, I really need to shave my mustache. It's getting way too long. I should at least like trim it, you know? But, you know, the moment at which I'm like going to trim it, I might as well just get rid of it. I just wish this part came in thicker and this part here. Then it would feel a little more balanced. The mustache is fairly thick. Like, it's not good. It's not that bad. Eh, yeah, it's worth a shot. Maybe next year it'll be even better. Doubt this part will ever grow in that thick, though. All right, so what we end up needing to do we'll go and look at how we are defining our architect endpoints. And yeah, I think transactions and payments really need to change. And yeah, the big fundamental difference I think between balances and quotas is that you can pay to increase a quota, like, you know, if you're getting close to it, right? But next month, your quota resets to whatever plan you're on. Whereas a balance carries over month to month. And because of that, I think, yeah, it's just like a fundamental difference in how this works. Which is why I think storing them as separate like entities in the database is important. Yeah. So accounts actually apply to both. It seems to me that payments and transactions are going to go underneath balances. And hold on, what is services? Yeah. Services is separate. Right, so what I want to do is I want to kill this so it doesn't run everything. Transactions and payments are actually going to be nested under balances. And yeah, how you doing, Zero? What you up to? So payments we delete, transactions we delete. And what's up, Tiago? Yeah, how you doing? And then we're going to have another, we're going to call it quotas. Beanie straight, right? There we go. And yeah, quotas are going to end up being very similar to balances. One thing I probably want to do is... So architect is not quite a schema builder. It's an architecture kind of builder thing. So hold on, architect JS. There we go. So it's mainly like infrastructure around launching AWS Lambda functions, right? And you get more than just AWS Lambda. If we go to the docs, it'll be more apparent, right? We get the ability to set up WebSockets via API Gateway with a very simple, like, bit of code, right? So it's for scaffolding things, but it's not just for your schema. But basically what you're getting at is, yeah, each one of these folders is going to be its own AWS Lambda. But we also get scaffolding for things like database tables, right, in DynamoDB. We also get things like, what's a good example? Queues, right? So we can actually push to a queue and have the queue, like, you know, empty itself out, but we're like asynchronously doing that. We can do scheduled events, which are similar to like a cron job, but it's a Lambda that gets scheduled via something under the hood with AWS. I forget the actual service that's doing that. So it's more like a full-on application framework, but centered around AWS Lambda and AWS services in general. Does that make sense? I might not have described it very well. The interesting part is when you define a route in here and you run architect against this arc file, technically I'm doing some magic to jam them all together into a single arc file. Once that happens, it goes and actually scaffolds out the the route in our where is it? Like here in the HTTP, it would actually create the folders for these things I'm creating right now. So yeah, as I create these paths and then update the source file, path that they're given, then it's actually going to go and scaffold those routes for me. And it can do it using a template that I've set, which gives me a little bit more just like boilerplate handling. It is pretty good, yeah. If I hadn't built a bunch of other stuff around Architect, I may have refactored or started using SST like way sooner. But right now, because of what I built around Architect, I don't see much reason to migrate away. I do have a project I want to build on Cloudflare at some point, where I may end up replicating a bunch of the stuff that we have here. I think one fundamental flaw is that Architect operates under the idea that every route is its own bundle, right? So every route is its own Lambda. That's not necessarily like a best practice anymore. But again, right, because of just the fact that I have all of these like nice things, like the common headers, the way I deal with Dynamo, like I kind of built my own ORM. I built my own middleware, right? This like route decorator for generating open API specs. A lot of this stuff is like majorly custom in a way that I just wouldn't get otherwise. So yeah, like until I'm ready to rebuild my meta framework around Architect into being a meta framework around something else, I'll stick with it. All right, so because of the way that they're going to be scaffolding things, I kind of want to create these folders first. That way they don't rescaffold a bunch of empty stuff, right? The logic inside of these is going to majorly change. But yeah, balances and payments now nested within, or payments and transactions nested within balances. But yeah, how's everyone doing? No, it is not. Good call. Yep, I doubled up on that one. Yeah, good eye. Looks like the rest is good, though. All right, so then for quotas, it ends up being very similar. think we're just going to change the terminology a bit. Let's go look at our types again, just to be sure. So yeah, we have the idea of a quota adjustment. We don't have the idea of a quota usage. They end up being very similar, but I don't think they're the exact same. But other than that, I think they're the same thing now. Or not the exact same, but yeah, if I just take this. Day full of success? Oh yeah? How so? They demand a blacklight? Why is that? It does like really blend in with the background, like the soundproofing stuff I got behind me. So I'm basically like a floating head, right? Like if you didn't see this, the black hoodie, like I'd just be a head bobbing. The colors would pop. Okay. There you go, Gardet. Nice. All right, and then payments are adjustments. I'm not entirely sure this is actually how I want all of these endpoints. Oh, and shit. Yeah, no, I see. I already messed up over in balances. Yeah, the path doesn't have the balance ID part. That's why those got messed up. Right, so then this has the same problem. And yeah, these are a lot of endpoints to build, but maybe not that big of a deal. All right, so let's see this rescaffold things. This is going to go create those folders, I think. Yep. All right, so our quotas, adjustments, and usage folders are now created. Yep, payments and transactions are good. So, yeah. Scaffold, quotas, endpoints. Right, so then this feature is, I mean, I guess it's a feat, but fine tune types to handle quotas. Sure. All right, there we go. I don't know if we care about the turbo cookie file for the moment. And yeah, let's see. Chaotic and four-wheeler here. Perfect. May just reach out to Space Case if we don't see him before we're done. But yeah, cool. Okay, so we have scaffolded the quotas and the balances like folders. We have not done anything for this shared logic that is going to massively change. So yeah, request types. And yeah, so this is where a lot of that metadata for like props for requests and responses, like in our documentation, that's where it actually comes from. And yeah, we're going to want to maybe remove the concept of payment providers from a lot of our settings. Yeah, so basically everything here in business settings. Let's go find where we have that even. And we just got rid of business settings, didn't we? Yeah. We did. Yeah. All right, so business settings, yep, that goes away from the request and response stuff. Yeah, hold on. We're not ready to commit that yet. Yeah, so it's basically our scaffold command. Just want to make sure I'm not missing a step there. And yeah, generating, like, man, we are massively, massively refactoring and pivoting this project. Is it ideal? No. And really, like, having to do it is not ideal, but I think what we're building out is actually ideal. I think it sets us up for a lot more success in the future. So yeah, I just want to do the scaffold dev and scaffold public commands. Now, did that actually change the schemas? Okay, so it didn't need to change the schemas because we may not have run the scaffolding after creating the business settings. That doesn't sound right. And I find it strange that we can't see what the diff for that is. So it removed that at least. We're going to push this up just to be sure. There we go. Just in case this drive fails or something. And yeah, hold on. So it gets dark so early you hate it? I don't mind, actually. That's the thing about the weather in here. The winters are remarkably mild. Anyone know what movie I was referencing right there? Hold on, let me double check. I may have had the quote slightly wrong. It's from Cable Guy. I think it's the winters are surprisingly mild. Here it is. Remarkably mild. Okay, yeah. Weather's always nice in here. The winters are remarkably mild. Right? Okay, so we have updated our types, but we haven't updated the request types and the response types. So I think some of those are just wrong. But let's create this interface. So export interface, we'll say quota adjustment. But the thing that the user is sending right? So this is only going to be stuff that isn't in the URL already. So the user is never going to be creating their own one of those. Business ID comes from there. Quota ID is in the URL as well. Account ID won't be, and amount won't be. And quota usage same idea. Then creating a quota. And yeah, hold on. This is going to be a post. You are posting a quota that is not there, right? Because it's in the URL. The name of the quota, the amount the quota will be. And this is the creating of a quota itself. We're going to need to have the idea of an account quota. But yeah, these values are going to be required. But yeah, this uncovers the fact that we don't have the idea of an account quota, and then there's going to be an account balance. Account ID, business ID, quota ID. That seems about right. The amount, that's actually over here. What do you mean, Kenny? An up arrow on your phone? What does that mean? Yeah, so we even had the idea of an account balance. Did you? I don't think so. As far as the getting dark so early you hate it, nah, that's the only time you've typed that today. From what I can tell. You know what? And yeah, I think post and patch here are going to be the same. Fatih, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so posting a transaction request is still going to be account ID, and that's it there. Yeah, I think our payment provider stuff goes away. Right? That just goes into the note. Yeah, we're hacking at it. So yeah, I think that's all right. Um, Yeah, I don't think we have the idea of a balance or transaction yet. All right, so posting a transaction. This is actually posting a balance, not a transaction. All right, so posting a balance. Let's actually just get all of this in. So yeah, business and balance ID are not something someone would be sending. These are though. All right, so posting an account balance, the account ID and balance value are all we care about there. All right, the rest comes from the URL. All right, so posting and patching a transaction. And yeah, we haven't actually updated these validators in a while. So yeah, posting a transaction, account ID is already there, business ID and balance ID would be in the URL. The amount is a number, the note is a number. Usage triggered note. Search field is something we do. Yep, note's already on there. So yeah, the rest is internal. And actually, no, a user wouldn't be submitting usage triggered either. So yeah, no, I think we're good. Account ID, amount, and note. Account ID, amount, and note. Yeah. All right, so then posting a payment. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to say that's not perfect, but we should be able to scaffold some of these. What did we change on this one? Oh, add account quota. Yep. So yeah, we add account quota and request types and schemas. Sure. And yeah, we're gonna have a bunch more issues, but yeah. So one thing that we have as an issue that we'll want to fix, I'm thinking we try and fix it on a per endpoint basis later. But if we go look at, I don't know, let's look at transactions, I guess. This one's not so bad. So yeah, getting the tables, getting the business, validating the request. We're not getting the user, though. So yeah, we've got a flaw there for sure. But the main gist is we're going to end up having a bit of a waterfall in some of our middleware. I think getting the user first is essential. But then getting everything that's in the URL, we could parallelize that. The visual effects, it's called power mode. Let me give you the link over on the YouTube. It's just kind of fun, you know? But yeah, real quick, I do have to pee. This tea is going right through me. Yeah, no worries. Well, I gave you the link too, didn't I? Unless the link didn't go through. Oh, the link didn't go through. Shit, because I put it in the wrong chat. Yeah, well, my bad. There's the link now. Sorry, I pasted it over in this chat, and for some reason... I think I'm logged in under a different account over in this window. That's got to be it. Yep. So yeah, the account that I'm logged in under in my teleprompter isn't allowed to post links. That's a little annoying. Oh shit. Hold on. Friday only. Wait, what? I don't remember seeing that before. I know I didn't come up with Friday, but do they watch the stream? Nah, probably not. But yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of issues here. I do need to use the restroom, though, so give me a second, and I'll be right back. It'll be a quick one. We don't even need, like, the other scene. So, here. Okay. See? That was quick. I'm back. And yeah. What's everyone up to today? God, I got a hair in my ear. I know it. Didn't get it. Okay, so. Ooh, what are you cooking? Oh, delicious. Nice. Still TypeScript. Okay. So I was confusing myself. I was wondering why our get user logic wasn't working. And yeah, we do have some like waterfalls here that we need to fix, but yeah. And yeah, while we're at it, we should just do this. All right, we can at least parallelize these two. That is not what we're looking for, though. All right, so we can at least do those in parallel. That'll save a slight waterfall there. So yeah, as long as we're calling get business for pretty much every endpoint, we're validating the token or API key as well. Yeah, okay, so I'm okay with that stuff. So then here for balances, right? So we do need to get or create a middleware for getting the balance, because we're going to be doing that in enough places that it's worth having an abstraction. Payment and transaction may be less important. But before we can do any of that, hold on, we have to go look at our data layer. And yeah, a lot of this stuff ends up changing. So business ID is part of all that. Transactions are fundamentally tied to the balance ID. And we may want to fetch all transactions based upon a business ID. We'll also want to fetch them based upon a balance ID. Do we have the concept of more than just a tertiary value? Nope. Ah, damn it. There we go. I don't think we do. Yeah, we've just got partition, sort, and tertiary. I think we can wait. Yeah, hold on. Let me get more music going. Yeah, we might just bring in DB keys from elsewhere. Hold on. Table keys map. So yeah, instead of just being those three, I almost need to just, yeah, push up a change to Calatrava. All right, so we've got the idea of the partition key, the sort key, a tertiary key. What do we want to call the fourth key? Quaternary? That gets weird, right? We could ask, let's ask Claude. Why not? There you go, the bread. I have these keys in my Dynamo DB table for indexes. Partition, sort, tertiary. What should I name a fourth? Quaternary? Oh. So we could go quaternary or extended. What are the odds that we end up needing a fifth? Obviously, the fifth key would be called Lilu. Is Claude better than ChatGPT? For certain things, I think so. Level 0 through 5? Yeah, sounds about right. That's a lot of node modules. And the reason we had to delete all those is because we switched from an Intel Mac Mini to an Apple Silicon Mac Mini. So yeah, some of our dependencies would be built only for Intel, and we need to rebuild them for ARM. Oh, I don't have my phone on me. I'm gonna have to go grab that here real quick. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Man, I slept on my ankle weird. Feels a little funny. Had one of those like sleeps where you're at like the perfect temperature and you're like exhausted from sleeping. Like you wake up and you're like, oh, I'm like sore from sleeping. Like, oh, it was good. How's it going, Spain? How you doing? I love that. Like, yeah. I think it's also because I sleep on my side, so like, I'm like bracing myself with my arm sometimes. So I'm doing exercise while I sleep, basically. And damn. So my post to Reddit yesterday, that is definitely my most upvoted post at 627 like upvotes. That's huge. 67,000 views. Pretty cool. Yeah, that's definitely my most upvoted Reddit post of all time. And I'm curious, Scroll Talk, is that how you found it? Was the Reddit post like the thing that you discovered it from, or was it from something else? I mean, I would guess so. I forgot. Yeah, you commented on the thread, so that's probably got like it's got to be where you found it. Oh, and bum, I was just about to mark you as not suspicious. You were so close. You were so close. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's good feedback. Feel free to create an issue for that over on the GitHub. Yeah, I mean, no, I'll go do it for you. That's a great idea. Because, yeah, we can totally do that. Um, no, I think it's using a library called GIFsicle. No, this one looks like it's command line. Hold on, let me just go look at it. Okay, feature add progress bar for generating GIF, which I think we could actually do. At what point does it crash there, Mr. Elfman? Is it when you like click the generate button? And yeah, I think that might be outside the scope. But I don't know. Probably something we could fix. Yikes. Yeah, that's not good. All right, so something to figure out. So yeah, hold on. Feature allow changing background color based on before after. And then, yeah, you said you got a bug. So yeah, anyone that wants to try their hand at implementing some of these could have at it. So Mr. Elfman, yeah, we already have that. We just can't merge it yet. I don't even have an issue for it, but yeah, we already have that in our like next branch. Yeah, we just can't push that stuff up until like voting is over in a couple hours. But yeah, if y'all want to support me and go vote for Githium on the Solid Hack website, that would be really cool. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. And that means people on YouTube as well. I would really appreciate you. Yeah, Githium is built in Solid. I did it for the Solid Start Hackathon. So yeah, Mr. Elfman, maybe go give Githium a vote if you could. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. And Facundo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Did I just swear in some other language? Oh, it just means eloquent. Okay, yeah, no worries. Just making sure. After waiting 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I think we put a maximum height on there somewhere. So yeah, I'm not sure. And yeah, hold on. You did ask a question. Let me answer that. I forget how we're doing the GIF part. So let me just go look. Looks like Modern GIF is the library we're using. Hey, thanks, Simon. Appreciate that. Yeah, so it's a GIF like encoder decoder. It works inside of web workers, which was like the big reason we ended up picking it. That way it doesn't like tie up the main thread, or it shouldn't tie up the main thread. And yeah, generating the MP4 we do with FFmpeg Wasm. You're saying like the syntax highlighting part? That is done with Shiki, and then like the transition is Shiki Magic Move. But with Shiki Magic Move, we only get like the start and the end point, so we have to manually interpolate the values into the canvas when we do the rendering. So like the preview is raw Shiki Magic Move, but and yeah, to vote for me, you would go to this page. And hey, Facundo, yeah, you were over on YouTube. I mean, feel free to stay over on YouTube. I gave you the link over there too, I think. So basically, you would go log in, right, at the top of the page over here, right? If I log out, we'll see it, right? You would click this sign in to vote, sign in with GitHub to vote. Then you would just find my thing over here and click the star. And keep in mind that you can vote for other stuff too, right? Kind of like how I did. I definitely voted for other things that I thought were cool, and I recommend you do so as well. You know, I want to win, but, you know, I don't want to be a jerk about it. Yeah, I think there's definitely something they could have done here to make it a better experience on this page. Mr. Elfman, you're building the editor of your toy language in Solid.js. Really worth going solid for performance. I mean, Mr. Elfman, with React 19, the compiler is going to optimize away a lot of that stuff for you to where like functions and like memoization just happens by default. So yeah, React is going to get really performant really easily pretty soon. No, and I get that, but the compiler is also going to memoize by default pretty soon. So all those like use callback and use memo like usages are actually going to be an anti-pattern. Okay, so I got to do this real quick. I got to publish up this change here. Sure, I think for certain things, you know, a heavier weight file is really not that big a deal. All right, so there we go. We published. Calatrava data wrapper 0.0.17 is there. And then for our API, we just update that version and install. I forget, what goes in our Calatrava config? Yeah, we're good there. Excuse me. And yeah, Mr. Elfman, do you have a link to your toy language? Scroll Talk over on YouTube is also building like a language of their own. Unless that's you. I don't think it is. Okay, so you're just in the YouTube. Gotcha. Well, I did see your follow yesterday there, Scroll Talk. Which I appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, later, Tiago. Have a good one. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to turn down a subscription, but one of the best things to do for Twitch if you watch a lot of different streamers is to get Twitch Turbo. It's like really worth it. It's basically the cost of like 3 or 4 subs. So if you're like going from channel to channel a lot, Twitch Turbo's like really worth it. Bit overwhelming. Yeah, I totally get it. I will say, like, yeah, I noticed that you stream to YouTube, probably as like your main stream. I would say if you are going to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, make sure that you're interacting with Twitch, right? The biggest thing that I think separates YouTube from Twitch is the interaction. People expect like a higher level of interactivity on Twitch. So you're not going to grow your channel unless you're like, you know, paying attention to it at least a little bit. I've definitely seen some other streamers that are mainly YouTube streamers and they just basically ignore Twitch. I don't know if I'll ever be back in their channel because of it. You know, I don't know if I'll ever raid them again because of it. You know, a big part of Twitch is the community, and there's less community building for software and game dev and all sorts of like just software stuff in general on Twitch. So raid is when I, like at the end of my stream yesterday, I mentioned that we were going to go to Midnight Simon's stream. And you may have heard me mentioning that. A raid is simply a way of transferring your audience to another streamer. And there's just no concept of that on YouTube. But on Twitch, it's actually one of the best ways to get discovered, right? And discover others. I think that is the biggest thing that really does set apart like the community here on Twitch versus other streaming communities. The ability to like really like, you know, build some camaraderie with your other streamers. Which is why TwitchCon is so much fun, right? I get to hang out with the Primogen and Theo and like, you know, Bad Cop and just so many awesome streamers, right? It's really cool. Right? And like there's so many more, right? Like those were just like the first ones that popped in my head. But the nicest part is that it's like really an equalizing thing. Like just being another software and game dev streamer, it's a small team, you know? So there's a lot of chance to just like build that camaraderie, which I think is great. Right? Finite Singularity, like, dude, just so many awesome streamers from this category here on Twitch. Go to TwitchCon, and it's just super fun to hang out with all of them. I thoroughly enjoy drinking way too much whiskey around all of them. You're writing down like all the streamers I'm mentioning? Oh, there's so many more on Twitch. Like so many more. It's hard to name all of them. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what kind of like content you're looking for. I could probably help you like figure out a few of those. George Holtz, yeah. He hasn't streamed in a long time. Yeah, Primogen got you back into Twitch. Sure. Yep. And yeah, he's a good dude. I got to go see the terminal.shop thing that they put on in New York. That was cool. That was really cool. Definitely drank way too much whiskey at the after party. But Hoozy, the thing I'm building is a software as a service for other software as a service companies, etc. Right? So the idea is in pretty much every software as a service that you're going to spin up, you're going to have the idea of quotas or balances, right? If you are maybe a wrapper around ChatGPT or OpenAI or whatever, you are billed per tokens that you use from their platform. So you need to mark up those tokens and you need to like usage-based bill your customers as well. At that point, how do you maintain that balance? Could you do so yourself? Absolutely. But anytime you're doing that is time that you're not building your wrapper around OpenAI. And anytime you're not building your own wrapper around OpenAI and you're working on like the infrastructure for it, there's room for some other tool to, take your market share. So that's the basic gist. I don't know if it'll be a successful business, but I'm building it for myself because I end up like, I'm going to want to do quotas and balances in other products I build. So I don't want to like repeat that effort over and over again. Same reason why you might use a, like an auth software as a service. It is very niche, but I think it has legs because software as a service companies already recognize the value of software as a service, so they're somewhat keen to pay for services. If I, as an example, if I were to get into a cohort for Y Combinator, pretty much every other business in that cohort would benefit from the thing I'm building, And there's a lot of dog fooding of other businesses within your cohort at Y Combinator and incubators in general. So I think there's value to just trying to be a thing that solves these problems for other software as a service. And eventually maybe just get bought by some other company. Whatever. I'm not sure about the exit at the moment. I do think there is going to be some major value to an exit for this. As long as I can build up a customer base. But yeah, so you live in Hawaii, so you don't get the chance to pair program much anymore. Streams are a great substitute. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, in Hawaii, you are a couple hours away from the West Coast here even, right? You're 2 hours earlier than us. So yeah, that gets really tough. I think it's 2 hours. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less. I forget. Two? Okay. Yeah. I was just mentioning Y Combinator specifically because I think this would be worth applying to Y Combinator with. But I would personally like to bootstrap it a little bit and prove out the idea myself. 3 when the clocks change? Yeah, sounds about right. And yeah, hold on. Let me look at my fantasy football. Oh, all right. So I am not beating Chaotic this week. He had some players just kill it. 16 points from his kicker, 15 from his defense. I had a couple people underperform on my team. Oh, did he? He just got another? Did he throw it to Zay Flowers? Or did he run it? If he threw it to Zay Flowers, then I'm sitting pretty. Yeah, exactly, Hoozy, for sure. Yeah, no, hold on. No, I didn't see the link, so I think links don't go through on YouTube. Oh, it's already counted. I was hoping those extra points would... would get me up there, but yeah. Oh well. And yeah, hold on. Sorry, scroll talk. I can still see it though. Are these other accelerators? They are. Oh, cool. Oh, this is awesome. Ooh, I don't think I had heard of that one yet. So this one's like purely focused on AI. That's a bummer. And I don't think there are any others here in Seattle. Oh, wow, there's one over in your area in Hawaii. Cool. Yeah, Techstars used to be here in Seattle, but they pulled out. I think a big problem with Seattle is the capital gains tax situation. Let's see. So looks like there's another one proposed, but I feel like there was an older one. Someone else mentioned it to me as like part of the reason why you don't see as many incubators here in Seattle. Oh, looks like it is going away. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, someone just mentioned it, and I don't know enough about it to debate it. But yeah, I like this. I'm going to move this over to the archive. The greatest honor a tab can be bestowed. So here's the thing, right? Even though my service isn't I think a lot of these AI tools would benefit from it. So I might still try and apply. Yeah, like the YC process is really time consuming, isn't it? Like they request a video and all sorts of stuff. Ooh, chaotic. Hold on. We're in overtime. I only need 23 more points out of Chuba Hubbard. within 8 minutes. Oh, it's Dorama Sands. It's even better. Oh, man. That was close. So you're telling me there's a chance. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm still, like, my goal is still to bootstrap this and get it, like, usable by customers. There you go, Simon. Yeah, that would probably help. Are you here in the Seattle area, dude? Like they say they're like, worldwide, but dude, are you here in the Seattle area? Oh, okay, okay. That's what I thought. I was gonna say, anyone who is here in the Seattle area, Seattle JS has an event coming up. I wasn't able to make it to the last one, but the next one is like, holiday party. Uh, Here we go. Yeah, yeah. So Seattle JS Christmas party. I should register for that, right? Meow. Oh, you're in Germany. Okay, got it. I mean, I do plan on proposing talks for like yeah, like European conferences and stuff. The font's dope. Thank you. Hold on, wait. The location is just the tap, just to see how it feels. That's pretty good. I love that name. I'm really into that name. That is solid. But yeah. No, looks like a good event. I don't think I've even been to that spot. Cool. So yeah, this is coming up in 11 days. So it's a little bit. But yeah, if you're in the Seattle area, check out some of these events. There's also this like code katas with Seattle JS hackers. It's at the AWS Skills Center, and yeah, you just end up going through like algorithm stuff and some of that. And yeah, all these guys are great. All right, so we did just update Calatrava, which means we should be able to update our data wrapper. Interesting. Oh, and I know what the deal is. I think I have to do a dev real quick because of the way that they like copy over the dependencies. Yeah, we see that as 0.0.7. Let's try just restarting the extension host and see if that helps. Oh, and I missed some follows. 1 second. So, E. Rodriguez, Lolgang, Makino, and Manu Pro. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. How you doing? All right. Yeah. So I just had to restart the extension host. CloudVisor. I have not. CloudVisor. I know there was like another company where like they were getting bulk discounts and passing the savings on to their customers. Is that basically the gist of what they're doing here too? Yeah, no, so I think that's totally it, right? Like you're making an account with them and then they're doing like the billing through their account. Yeah, so there's a couple other reseller companies like that too. Maybe this is the one I was thinking of. Seems interesting. It's probably not worth it until you're at like a fairly large scale. But maybe like it also doesn't make sense once you get to a certain scale either. So like there's probably like a sweet spot where it makes sense for you, and then once you get large enough, you can just negotiate on your own. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, I would personally just apply for like the AWS like startup credits. Like I will be applying to that once I'm like bootstrapped and up and running. Ah, and that's where you could get some credits by being like partnered with Y Combinator. Yeah, so I mean, this is more about just like the free credits. I don't know if you would actually get any like bargaining power on like reduced rates. But it is something to consider at least. And what's up, Standard? How you doing? Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? Aw, that's awesome. What kind of dog? Australian Shepherd and a Shih Tzu. All right. I always love that joke from Dumb and Dumber. Yeah, we tried to crossbreed a bulldog and a Shih Tzu. We called it a bullshit. Then he laughs his ass off. Like he just farted in the tub or something. Oh, you've got an aw shit. Oh, there you go. I love that. Oh, that's good. I feel like we could compile a big list of like Shih Tzu like joke names of like crossbreeds. I like that. That's good. Now you got to come up with some more. I got you. It's like a mini Australian Shepherd. Yeah, those are cool. I forget what Australian Shepherds look like. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, those are adorable. But yeah, like the full-size ones can get kind of big. This seems like AI, doesn't it? That is definitely AI. He doesn't like dog food. Is it just like the dry food, or does he also not like the fancy? Uh, there's like the fancy dog food that's like, comes in like a tube, like refrigerated and everything. If he gets hungry enough, he'll eat it. Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to like mix it or something. Like, I don't know. Yeah. They give him a treat, they say nom nom nom, and he runs. There you go. Nice. Bum, really, yeah, those comments are why you're restricted and no one else sees your comments. Oh no, it's fine. They're standard. Like, no, we've like moderated them in a way that, you know, their less cool comments just don't get shown. So it's fine. All right, so as far as fetching transactions and payments, those are based upon balance ID. So basically, oh, you got to run. No worries, Scroll Talk. Sorry, I just saw that. Have a good one. DynamoDB has the idea of the single table data structure. Right, here's why you would want to do that. So for the most part, DynamoDB is very like loosey-goosey. You can just define whatever fields you want, and empty fields are not a problem. Now the big like gist for that is you still end up needing what is called a partition key and a sort key. And those are how Dynamo decides how your data gets sharded. Get your mind out of the gutter. And like, you know, what server that data lives on, etc. And you are actually throttled based upon your partition keys. So if you're trying to like fetch too many things from the same partition, I believe it's like 4,000 reads a second or something like that, which is large, but you could easily hit that if you're not structuring your keys properly. What I'm basically doing is I'm defining how these keys are going to look. And I forget the exact why this instead of Postgres. Scalability. Yeah, DynamoDB is also a scale to 0 database. So you're charged basically just for the operations and the like the data that you store in it. Nowadays, there's also Aurora, which is a scale to 0 like Postgres implementation as well, but that didn't exist when I was building this out. But a big thing about Dynamo is massive scalability and like sub 10 millisecond like query response times. Now, mainly because you don't have the power of SQL, which means you do have to do a bit of your own like joining, etc. But you can avoid some of those joins by simply having your keys set right. So basically, if you consider payments, when we're fetching payments, we can just simply fetch based upon business balance and account ID. And we are going to get all payments associated with this account for this balance for this business. So it's almost acting as a join. Not quite the same, but in the way that we need it to. I mean, for the most part, Postgres is fine. I don't like the idea of running a server that then I am responsible for maintaining uptime for. If you are in AWS already, then you should definitely just look at like Aurora serverless. Right? I think V2 maybe. Because then you still get like the power of SQL, but you know, like lower cost. Right? You get the scalability of serverless without having to like maintain a server and all that, but you still get SQL like queryability. Yeah. I don't want to be responsible for scaling my database workload, right? I know it's possible. You can totally do it with, you know, extra shards and like horizontal scalability and then read-write replicas and all that stuff. No thanks. I want to build my business. I don't want to deal with scaling the database. In the future, we could migrate, but that's after the business is profitable or after I've gotten investment. One thing that I find interesting is Cloudflare, what is it, D2 or something like that? D1, whatever, like the Cloudflare database. It's basically SQLite, but you get like SQL statements still. I just don't like the idea of SQLite because of some of like the constraints around it. Like you can't set a fixed width field. Everything is a varchar, right? As far as like strings go. Like, just from a database standpoint, I don't like that. Now, keep in mind, Dynamo has the same problem, so whatever. But Dynamo has other guarantees for speed and, like, you know, stuff where the variable length fields are less important. In my opinion, when dealing with SQL still, yeah, some of those database design concerns still really matter to me. So I don't know. I'm currently using Terso for Githium, but Githium is so lightweight, like data-wise, that it doesn't matter, right? I could use basically a key value store for Githium, you know? But yeah, you know what? You know what time it is? That's up to you. I can't make those decisions for you, Austin, at all. I would say you should try it out and see how it works for you. But that's up to you. Like, I can't make an architectural decision like that for you. You shouldn't trust anyone who gives you an answer to that question. Right? Simply be aware of the trade-offs and make that choice yourself. And I don't know the exact trade-offs from RDS to serverless, or to like Aurora serverless. I'm not aware of those trade-offs. As far as I understand RDS, you're still paying like a bare minimum, even if no one uses it, right? And to me, that's something that I don't enjoy. Like, I want scale to 0 because I have plenty of ideas and I know not all of them will actually take off. So I want pretty much all of my ideas to be able to scale to 0. If I don't have users, then I don't pay anything for it. But that is definitely like a design consideration you have to make. Like, is scale to 0 actually that important to you, or is the familiarity of RDS worth $5 a month? Yeah, no worries, Simon. Thanks again for voting. Man, I feel like we've gotten some really good engagement on the votes. I know the Solid Hack timer is running out. It may have already finished. We got 4 hours left. So, yeah, come on, everyone. If there's anyone out there that hasn't voted for Githium, I would really appreciate it if you did. Also, check out some of the other cool projects in the Best Solid Start app category as well. I think I probably forgot to submit. Oh, I did submit a library. Well, hold on. Maybe upvote Shiki Magic Move over in the library section, too. I forgot it was even there. I think there's way better libraries over here, though, so I'm not worried about it. But yeah, for Githium, I would really appreciate a vote for Githium. Majora's Mask? Yeah, I agree with that. This was a gift from Sab, one of our viewers here on stream. And yeah, it's a really comfy hoodie. She also gifted a like an apron for the kitchen. The apron actually gets way more usage. Exactly, Austin. Yeah, I completely agree that launching is probably more important than penny pinching, for sure. And Bum, nah, I'm good, man. I don't need your vote. It's not worth the trade-off of unblocking you. If you could just be cool for a couple days without some weird shilly crypto comment, then maybe you could get unblocked. Yeah. No. You're going to have to be cool for a couple days first. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Or no, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Shit. The thing is, I can't get fooled again. I actually didn't mean to go into that quote, but because I messed it up, I figured I might as well. But yeah, so how's everyone doing? We're going to keep hacking on this stuff. But yeah, what I'm currently just building out are the keys by which I want to be able to query for some of these values. And basically what it means is I'm going to get type safety of making sure that I pass these values. Technically, I don't know if it's full-on type safety, but I do get errors thrown if these values are not present. It would be even better if I could get some, like, you know, dev time type safety around it. And yeah, I may want to consider how we do that at some point. And in fact, I might be a little better with this now. Nah, yeah, I'm not sure how we would want to make these types better. Yeah, making this actually like type safe in the editor is tricky. If we got any TypeScript wizards out there, I'd be really curious about how you could make that work. Right, let me show you an example of what I mean. Right, so if we are doing a get for a business, right, when we actually query for that business, we do this business table get by ID, right? And we pass business ID here. So if we look at, right, fetching a business, we can see that the partition key, which is the default, we need to pass business ID. So that fetch is going to work totally fine. If we needed to pass user ID and business ID based upon a tertiary key, we should be able to somehow get type safety for that, right? Like if I were to pass another key here, such as foo, right? We don't get any error in our editor. So yeah, somehow making this more type safe would be really nice. And yeah, basically like this Calatrava like data wrapper that I built, that's like a good 3 or 4 years old at this point. I think I've gotten better with TypeScript since then. So if I were to rebuild this from scratch, I'm sure I could make it type safe, but I'm not sure how I could maintain the same API and make it type safe. And what's up, Filter? How you doing? And thank you for the follow, Rico Suave. Sorry, that that song is definitely ingrained in my soul because I grew up in the 90s. Ooh, and yeah, hold on. We even see errors in our fixture generation now because we are missing some of these keys that we said would be there. So yeah, we're going to have to fix our fixtures here after we finish our keys. But yeah, keys is the important part right now. So how we generate these keys and how we query for our data, that's important. The VS Code theme, I think it's just Monokai. I'm not much of like a theme person. I don't care that much. As long as it's legible. And at this point, I've gotten used to it. On other machines where I'm not streaming, I actually use Solarized Light. Right? You get that nice legal pad yellow. Austin, right? For jokes like that, make sure you throw a kappa on it. I know you're kidding, but other people don't. Right? So yeah, Poe's law or the kappa law, right? Without something obvious to make sure that people know you're kidding, they don't know you're kidding. No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know. It's just text doesn't carry tone, right? Right? Text barely carries context. So instead, add the context if you need it. Add the tone via an emoji when you need it, you know? And it'll like improve pretty much all of your interactions online via text message, etc. Right? Like sarcasm doesn't exist on the internet. Basically. And it's not that you can't be sarcastic, but not everyone will know that you're being sarcastic. And that leads to just all sorts of weird misunderstandings. I have the benefit of being the streamer where I can just make a goofy face when I'm being obviously sarcastic. Yeah, I'm doing well. How about you, Cinder? Yeah, I need to double check with Worm and James. I'm assuming that we're gonna do Thursday this week, but not sure. And then yeah, week after that, I would assume we're definitely doing Thursday. Yeah, because on the 11th, I'm going to Seattle JS. Is what AI? Are you saying am I an AI? Am I like, do I look like I was created by Midjourney or Stable Diffusion? Dolly? There's definitely some uncanny valley with the mustache. I get it. It's like almost a mustache, but not quite. What's underneath the beanie? A receding hairline. And really unkempt hair. I'm not so worried about the receding hairline, like that's natural. But my hair is like very like light. So if I don't get a shower in the morning, which I didn't today because I was lazy, my hair has like all sorts of weird cowlick stuff going on, and it's just easier to throw a beanie on. No, I will be shaving it probably before Seattle JS. It's just so much effort to like trim, right? Like it's about as much effort as just shaving every like other day. And also like, if I'm trying to do some dating, the gray hair in there doesn't help. And hey, thanks, Jay. I appreciate the gifted sub there. Oh, I don't have the bot going. I should get that bot going. We'll get it going tomorrow. It's late enough in the day. Not a big deal. Ooh, I wonder if this is the right data access pattern for business user. Business settings go away, though. Nice. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Sure, Char. Yeah, HTML's fine. Nah, Jay, like don't worry about making it less obvious. Just buzz it. Let it grow. Maybe the island you like buzz that one shorter like every once in a while. I don't think it's worth it. I don't really do favorites there, Char. Like not in general. If you have a specific thing that you want to build, or like for me, if there's a specific thing I'm trying to build, then yes, I will have preferences. But favorite, they're not sports teams. Yeah, like, I've built things in a bunch of different languages. I don't care. I just want to get stuff done. No, it's fine. That's okay, Char. It's a common enough question that it's not a problem, right? Asking is better than simply just like declaring superiority for some language, which gets like really annoying. This is Twitch. People are going to treat their favorite language or favorite editor or whatever. Yeah, right. They're going to treat that stuff like sports teams. I think that misses the point. No, I don't watch NBA. I used to watch NBA during the 90s. Nowadays, the NBA has way too much flopping. It's the same problem with soccer these days, too. It's unwatchable with the amount of flopping they have. Right? Just trying to bait out the calls from the refs. Yeah, dude, I hate the NBA these days because of all the flopping. It's actually really bad. And soccer is insufferable now as well. Right? You flop, you should be out for 5 minutes. Because you got hurt enough to flop, like, yeah, you should take 5 minutes to take a break. That would solve the problem immediately. All right? No flopping, pretending like you got maimed and like you'll never walk again. And then the moment the card comes out, you get up and you walk around just fine. Right? And you're like right back in the play, like 30 seconds later. Nah. No. You flop like that, you're out of the game for at least 5 minutes. That would solve the problem. They dried out formula? Like F1 has a concept of flopping as well? Really? I wasn't aware of that. I had no idea. Like, I don't watch F1, but I don't have anything against it. I just haven't seen any of it. Oh, it's just boring. Got it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's subjective. I know people that really enjoy it. So, yeah, I would say, like, that's just your opinion, man. That's just, like, your opinion, man. Okay, so we've got transactions and payments. Yeah, we need to add balances. Balenciagas. Okay, so hold on. Tables, we need to update this. That is project dependent. So yeah, quota usage and quota adjustments. And yeah, business settings goes away. I don't necessarily like the idea that transactions and payments are implicitly related to balances. I may want to change it to like balance transactions and balance payments. But I think I'm okay with it for now. And Char, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And Utmost, did I enjoy working with Solid.js? Now, keep in mind, this is just my opinion. I think Solid.js has some very smart people behind it, a very cool community, and it is really fast. The problems I have with it are from like a developer ergonomic standpoint. I don't think there are enough libraries to build the things I want to build. I also kind of dislike the idea that you can't destructure props. I know there is like a Solid.js primitive to do that destructuring. I believe that primitive should be part of the core. And it should be like the accepted way of dealing with props. Those two things right there are probably are the main reasons why I will probably not pick it for any like large thing I want to build. I think for smaller, like toy projects, it's a great idea. Yeah, totally fine. But I just think there's too many like foot guns with some of the ways to use it, right? Like, oh, the library you want to use, does it exist for Solid? You're going to have to port it, right? Like, I don't think there's enough like linting stuff added that would solve, like, I'm sure there is some kind of linter to warn you when you're trying to destructure props. But again, like that should be part of like the initial scaffolding. It shouldn't be something that you have to reach for. So yeah, in my opinion, to get up and productive with Solid involves a lot of just like ecosystem level knowledge about like best practices, etc., which makes it just harder to bring on new devs for it, right? Like the onboarding process is just rougher. Same problem with teaching Angular to React devs. It's doable and you can do it, but there's enough like framework specific junk that it involves like a full-on training session. You know? Like it is teachable for sure, but it's not intuitive. And keep in mind, I've used Angular professionally for years, right? Since Angular 2 came out, I've been building applications with Angular at a professional level, right? For companies, for pay. But I can still recognize that teaching Angular to a React dev is a bit of an uphill battle. Teaching basically any other framework to a React dev is a bit of an uphill battle. And yeah, like I totally get it. Like the ecosystem problem is really tough to solve for a newer framework. Like I get it. Teaching Svelte to a React dev, teaching any framework to a React dev is tough. Is that React's problem, or is it just the nature of newer frameworks having to, right? They're trying to challenge the paradigm, but they're also trying to like be easy to adopt, and those two things are at odds with each other. Right? I think Svelte is fantastic, like really cool stuff. But again, I need libraries. There are going to be certain things about building a Svelte app that I'm going to like shoot myself in the foot because I would expect to be able to do blank. And I haven't built in Svelte for, I want to say years at this point. Like it's probably been like a year or two. But I would say it's probably the same exact problem that I ran into with Solid, where there are certain things that, yeah, like a Solid JS dev just knows. And it's not necessarily spelled out in the docs enough. I think my biggest problem with like Solid has actually come down to just being like a documentation problem. For a bunch of stuff, right? Like Solid UI. I feel like we've seen like to-do pages in their docs, right? They link out to cobalt.dev. Cobalt.dev, that domain lapsed and doesn't resolve anymore. Solid UI should probably update their links because there is Cobalt like docs somewhere, but Solid UI still links to the wrong place. Like a lot of that is easily worked around if you care enough. The problem is, if you're trying to teach someone and get someone onboarded into a new framework, they don't care enough, right? That care needs to be on the part of the person trying to sell the new thing, right? If it's too much work to adopt your thing because I got to jump through a bunch of hoops, well, yeah, I'm just not going to use your thing because I can just use the thing I'm familiar with. Yeah, no worries utmost. Again, I think Solid.js and the team behind it and all those people are great. I just think that there is a massive gap that people pushing these frameworks aren't filling. And that is mainly documentation, right? That is mainly libraries. And again, like it's hard to balance building out these docs and these learning tools and all these things with improving your framework. It's very similar to like the problem I'm trying to solve with this startup that I'm building is, yeah, like the time you're spending building out quota and balance management for your software as a service is time you're not spending building your software as a service. In the same way, yeah, all the time you're spending building documentation and library and ecosystem, like filling those gaps, etc., is time that you're not spending improving your framework itself or adding like more to solid start or blah blah blah, right? So because of that, yeah, like authors are spread thin. And there is no software as a service that you can use to fill in those gaps for a framework author. So like they're kind of just, up a creek without a paddle. I think any good dev should be able to learn a new framework quickly. Any good dev should be able to learn a new language quickly. This is going to sound a little conceited, but not every dev is a good dev yet. So how can you help the people that are not at the level in which they could teach themselves a new language quickly? How can you help the people that have not used enough frameworks to recognize the common parts between them? And yeah, like I don't have an answer to that question. But I think that is like the question that every like framework author needs to really, really concern themselves with. They definitely should be thinking about it, illest, but right, like just because someone's good at designing a framework and APIs and languages doesn't mean they're good at teaching people how to learn the thing they built. I think fundamentally there's going to be like a separation there. Like, let me put it this way: I chatted with someone I work with at like the Austin like Atlassian offices when I went and spoke at an event there, and they were asking like, so like you're good at snowboarding. Do you teach? No, I'm a terrible teacher. Oh, I'm an awful teacher when it comes to snowboarding. I can do it, right? I can teach you like when you're at the level of trying to learn stuff in the park. I can teach you like park tricks. I can teach you some like really good fundamentals for like learning how to do a front board back to regular, like that kind of stuff. I'm not going to be able to teach you how to link your turns from toe edge to heel edge. That's just something I just do. Like, no, I don't think about it. I just do it. I can't teach you how to do it because I don't think about it when I do it. So yeah, like there's definitely at some point being good at something doesn't mean that you're able to actually explain it to other people. That is a level of expertise that you should strive for, especially in tech, because you don't necessarily know something until you can explain it to someone else. I don't know how I got good at linking turns and carving and blah, blah, blah. I just do it. So does that mean I'm actually as good as I could be? No. But also I just don't care enough to like get to that level. Meanwhile, yeah, if you want to learn how to spin a frontside five, ooh, yeah, I got all sorts of tips and tricks I can give you. You want to learn how to do a back lip, right? Backside lip slide on a snowboard? Yeah, I got some tricks. I can teach you some stuff. But that's only because I've actually put in the effort to like learn those at a deeper level, like carving. Like, how do you explain how to walk to someone, right? Carving is just walking for snowboarding, you know? How would you teach someone how to walk? I don't know. And I liken it to like at some point There are fundamentals that you're unable to teach someone anymore because it's part of your core. Can you remember a time in your life where you didn't understand multiplication? Or once you learned it, did the moment where you didn't understand it simply cease to be? Right? There's some things that I think are so fundamental that it's impossible to actually teach someone unless you're actually a really good teacher. Now, I think I could explain multiplication to someone, but I can't put myself, like, I can sympathize and possibly teach someone, but I can't empathize. Like, I can't put myself in their shoes again for not understanding multiplication. Like, no, I get it now. Like, I can't imagine not getting it. So yeah, I think to be a truly good teacher requires empathy, not just sympathy. And that empathy, like, you lose the ability to do so once you are like too knowledgeable with the thing. Which is probably why the best teachers are not actually the best in their field. Right? Those who can do, those who can't teach. That's not even necessarily like shit talking at that point. I think instead it means that you have to not be the best to empathize with people that don't understand. The moment you get good, like, the moment you become the best, you probably lose the ability to explain some of that stuff because it's just what you do. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like riffing off the cuff, riffing with griffing. But yeah, I think there's definitely some kind of like truth to that. And honestly, this is why I like streaming. Like, given the opportunity to really like think deeper about some of these questions and problems. But yeah, let me double check. Did I miss any comments while I was ranting there? And so, McFly, you mean to be solid on a language so you can switch from frameworks easily? Um, I would say that's definitely worthwhile, right? Within a language, if you're trying to switch frameworks, your ability to switch frameworks would hinge upon your knowledge of that language. Sure, I could see that. I also just think, like, despite language specifics, the type of framework you're trying to learn ends up having enough similarities, right? Like, building an API is actually a lot of the same patterns regardless of the language you're using. Right? You're going to set up the endpoint, you're going to set up the auth, you're going to like attach headers, like a lot of those things, how you connect to a database. The ORM stuff, like a lot of that is cross-language cutting as well. So I don't know. I think certain things, like learning a new framework, is actually like language agnostic. But it does require that you understand the patterns more so than just the language. A little bit, Applejacks. Yeah, no, I think Yeah, teachers fundamentally just need to be not the best person at the thing they're doing. Because there's going to be so much they take for granted. Like the moment that they're like a true expert. Right? So, like, the further the gap in knowledge from the teacher to the student, the harder the teacher's going to have to work to fill that gap. I think that's the best way of framing that. Right? So, like, that delta between teacher and student, the greater that delta, the better the teacher has to be at actually teaching, not just the thing that they're trying to teach. So is it Naj or is it Noj? Let me know how to pronounce your name. And what's up? The Coppinger, Mr. Sir. I haven't seen you streaming for a bit. You good? Maybe I'm just missing it due to like time zones and stuff. I've also been traveling for the past like month and a half, so that's on me as well. Oh, it's John. Oh, I can just say John, if you're okay with that. Cool, cool. Nah, John's easy. Awesome. So yeah. Yeah, John. I don't know if I agree with your statement entirely, because I think a framework is a great way to learn a language as well. Let me just point this out. In my opinion, right, I tend to build, like, I tend to try and build something new, or not build something new. I try and build something I've already built before. Now, hold on. Is this trying to do like the HTTPS? It is. So we don't have HTTPS on this. I have this this very simple like toy utility in which I can look up, hey, let's say like I want to build an app that's about getting food, right? So I'm going to type get food, and then, yeah, we can see that like, you know, get Krug or get dietary, those domains are available. Blah, 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 whatever. The API for this I built in Node.js at first, and it's basically just like two endpoints. The two endpoints are looking up synonyms for the word that we pass, and then doing a whois lookup for the combination of a prefix or suffix and that word and their synonyms, plus a .com to see if that .com is available, right? Very, very, very simple app. But you know what? I'm storing data in Redis, right, for caching reasons. I'm making a request to two different APIs. One is JSON, one's XML. I'm building a REST API, so I need to like create some endpoints. So I need to figure out what frameworks are available. And I need to do a whois lookup, right? Like those are like checking 5 boxes for me automatically. So I built that originally in Node.js. To learn Rust, Go, and Elixir, I rebuilt that same API. And I didn't need to know the intricacies of the language. In building those APIs, I was able to learn a lot more about the language than if I had just read the Rust book, right? In my opinion, something like the Rust book is only useful after you've tried to apply the common patterns, right? I don't think reading through the Rust book is actually valuable until you've tried to build something, because you lack the context to actually apply the knowledge from the book to a thing that you've actually done. So I think there's a little bit to, nah, man, use a framework to build something. And then eventually you can start to learn the language and the fundamentals a bit more. That's my approach to learning a new language. Have something I want to build with an already built API and like set of things I need to do, and then I just need to figure out how. Yeah, no worries, John. Yeah, like for me, the idea of like when you're building something new, you need to figure out what you need to do and then figure out how to do it. If you've already figured out what you need to do by building it in another language or framework first, you're no longer having to like solve the what problem. You're just solving the how in a different mindset, right? In a different syntax or, paradigm or blah, 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 right? I think eliminating a lot of those like what questions and simply figuring out how to do it in something else will benefit you. So Holly, yeah, that's a big difference though, right? When you're building a React application, you're going to need to learn how to do a loop and when to do a loop anyway, right? So that almost like negates the point you're trying to make right now. Even building a React application, you're going to learn enough about the language to do a loop, right? The framework is not a deterrent towards you learning how to do a loop or when to do a loop, right? I get that, Holly. That's very anecdotal, though. The framework is not the thing getting in their way, though. Their lack of wanting to learn the other thing might be getting in their way. But the framework might be a good stepping point to get something shown and seen, and then learning the fundamentals become easier because they have something they can see, I don't know. Like, let me put it this way. J-Golf. I had built out some really I built out something that would comb the weather API from NOAA. And I built that into a website back before I knew how loops worked. And then building this game was the first time I actually used loops and all that stuff. This was from my very first programming class. Now that said, I had built other stuff already, right? Now I didn't have a framework for this. I did use jQuery because this is back in 2008 or 9 when cross-browser stuff was a nightmare. So jQuery helped solve some of that. But I didn't know anything about the underlying platform or any of that. I don't know. You're never going to learn everything all at once, no matter what you do. So I don't think naysaying on frameworks is actually productive. I think frameworks just try and teach different patterns. You still need to learn some of the fundamental patterns. What I'm getting at is learning a loop and how to do a loop. That's actually just fundamental programming. That's not even language specific. So yes, should you teach someone logic first? Sure. The language specific syntax for that logic becomes less important though. So I could see, yes, you should learn logic before you learn a framework. I'd agree with that, but learning the language, I think the framework is actually a great introduction to a new language. But yes, fundamentals like logic that is actually cross-language, it's a cross-cutting concern of how to do a loop. That's valuable, right? But that, you don't need to know the language to understand when and why to do a loop. That's actually just general logic. So yes, I believe learning the fundamentals of general logic is more important than a framework. But as far as learning the language, Yeah. I think we got there, right? I'm thinking about this stuff as I'm saying it because that's just how streamers have to work. If I sat here and just like pondered in my head for 5 minutes, we wouldn't have all these people watching, right? So I just have to like say what I'm thinking out loud and then eventually get to what I mean, hopefully. Hopefully. So yeah, I don't know. I push back on like the language specific learning. Because in my opinion, learning the stuff that is common to every language is far more important. And you can get a lot of that just by like being mediocre at a bunch of languages. You don't need to be an expert with JavaScript. I think you're actually going to be better about having those cross-cutting concerns by being a novice with a bunch of different languages. Because then those common patterns kind of like filter through. The main thing I'm trying to get out there is like, don't worry about being some expert with a single language. Learn a bunch of languages because good ideas are portable, right? Writing Rust made me a better JavaScript developer, for sure, 1000%, right? Understanding immutability and like functional patterns and things like that made me a better JavaScript developer, 100%. Now, hold on. Let me double check. Are there any comments that I missed? Let me double check those. And Gazelle, Mr. Sir, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. And yeah, hold on. How do I rate Nest.js? You think it's very convenient for usual use cases? Nest.js is fine. In my opinion, Nest.js, Laravel, like Rails, etc., those things all aim to solve like the API problem in a really clean way. Do some go a little further than others? Maybe, but the patterns between them are all very similar. So learning one will make you better with another. Learning a second will make you better with all of them. And then at the end of the day, it's just another REST API. You could make that in any language. You do kind of have to build a REST API in a couple different languages to understand what the common problems are. And then it's just syntax. All right, and then a couple other comments. Would I say new devs who are not fluent with the language will be hindered by constraints from a frameworks ecosystem? When they change frameworks, their mindset might still be tangled up by the previous ecosystem. I think that's a problem that not even like newbies would have, right? One of the biggest problems I ran into when dealing or learning Svelte for the first time was that you can't destructure props. I ran into a bunch of reactivity problems because of that. And I would consider that my knowledge of JavaScript and how destructuring works was actually a hindrance towards learning Solid, because Solid's like framework patterns for how you deal with props is actually not just JavaScript anymore. So there's definitely something to the idea that certain frameworks definitely do stray from the language they're built in. But really, all of that is just a documentation problem. And what's up, Juggler? How you doing? Are you just a juggler, or are you also a juggalo? Are you maybe just a gigolo? That was like 3 or 4 references right there in like a couple sentences. You're welcome. A juggalo is someone who listens to Insane Clown Posse. They might be the reason why you learned to juggle. There you go. Okay, so John, you're into ICP. Okay, down with the clown. Oh. Yeah, see, I don't know the quote. Yeah. Oh, does juggalo mean something different in Italian? Interesting. Maybe you're thinking of gigolo, Holly, which is a totally different thing. Juggalos and gigolos rarely meet. Yeah, they are very different. I would actually question how much a juggalo could charge for their services as a gigolo. It's a niche market. They do sound very similar. Yeah. Like that's why I was making the joke. That's all. Yeah, juggler. Yeah, I haven't listened to ICP since I was in like junior high. I remember Great Malenko, and that's about it. I don't remember any of the songs or anything. Right, like wasn't that when they prophesied like the world would end and blah blah blah, and then it didn't, and it's like, okay, yeah, these guys are bullshit artists. I get it. I think Great Malenko was number 5, right? I would bet that they actually put on a fun show. I wouldn't necessarily buy tickets, but if they were like playing at some venue that I was already at, sure, whatever. Yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah, let me continue with some of this. Yeah, don't stand in the front. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea. So yeah, quotas, we will sort by that. Dude, yeah, Super Maven is so fast. Yeah, I really like Super Maven. I do want to try and give Cursor a try at some point. I do want to try and give Pear another shot. They did buy Super Maven. I think Super Maven still is gonna like live on its own, like as just a thing that you install into like normal VS Code, whereas Cursor is probably gonna use like Super Maven code internally in Cursor. But I assume that they'll keep Super Maven around for a long time, just because it's a way into a market, right? Like, how many people actually want to install a whole new editor? Nah, they can just use Super Maven inside of VS Code, and it's a good market. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. I like the idea of it, though. So yeah, I think quota usage ends up, yeah, they follow the same pattern as like the transactions and payments. You just became a product owner? Oh, interesting. Yeah. Does that mean you're like basically a Jira developer at this point? Right? Like in the same way that like DevOps, they are YAML developers. And nothing wrong with that. Like I hope like the smirk on my face doesn't mean I'm like talking shit. Like no, like that stuff's valuable, man. Like a good product owner and product manager make a project actually like fun to work on. A bad one can ruin it immensely, you know? I don't think there's any such thing as like a job that shouldn't exist in like even like corporate enterprise software dev. Like, do software devs actually want to like live in Jira 4 hours a day? Because that's what product owners do. That's what project managers do. Like, dude, no, they don't. They definitely don't. Do software devs want to live in Figma 4 to 6 hours a day? Hell no, they don't. Hell no, they don't. You mean like fiddling with like font sizes, like up one, down one, like, oh, which one looks best here? Dude, that's my nightmare. I would love a designer on any project I work on. Coppinger, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, one of the first things I'm going to do if I get investment into a project? Hire someone who knows what the fuck they're doing for design. I will leverage them for building my slide decks. I will leverage them for every single thing I'm doing, right? Like, oh my God, yes, a competent designer who actually like cares about font sizes and like font choices and all that. Oh my God, please save me from myself. Like, oh God. Right? Looking through like the 1,000 fonts that are available is my nightmare. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm getting at, Lanky Moose. Like a good designer, a good project manager, a good product owner. That is definitely a caveat. I have worked with enough bad ones of each that I think I know what to look for, but I don't know for sure. Yeah. Like, dude, I've worked on projects where someone gave me a Photoshop file with like red lines in it. World's longest sigh ensues. Right? Same designer didn't give me a tablet design. They barely gave me a mobile design. And I had to fill in the gaps. I had to basically become the designer for those like layouts that they didn't design, you know? Meanwhile, I've worked on projects where like the designer was really fucking good and meticulous and gave me every single thing I needed, and I've never worked faster. It's amazing. I've never worked faster when I had a designer that actually cared about mobile responsiveness. I've never worked faster than, yeah, they involved me in the design process before they even made that stuff so that we could chat about what would be easier to make work across all of the different layouts, right? Like, oh my God, yeah, can we just chat first before you get the client to sign off on this shit? Please? Please? Oh my God. Yeah, John. Oh, yes. I've worked at a client agency before. I know exactly what you're talking about. The worst is when they think they're a developer, actually. That's way worse. Oh my God, that's way worse. Yeah, no worries, Ryan. Yeah, thank you for hanging out, man. Good to see you. Like, appreciate you stopping by again lately. Hope you're doing well. There is on the 11th the Christmas party for Seattle JS. Figured I'd let you know. No stress, like, you know, just letting you know. God, one of the worst things I've ever heard from a client before was we were building out basically like a Fiverr competitor, right? So this is like a two-sided marketplace. And we're sitting there just trying to deliver the MVP. And then all of a sudden, we get this comment from the client, like the main like contact from the client. So why can't this thing update in real time? Uber can do it. Dude, you have 3 devs working on this thing. Uber has hundreds of devs. And even their shit breaks all the time. Are you a $1 billion company? No, you are not. Like, motherfucker. Uber can't even find your house. There you go. Yeah, that's a huge problem. But dude, just like the worst client, man. Like, Uber can do it. Yeah, you spend Uber money and we can try. Meanwhile, we're fighting to meet what you're asking for because you keep changing shit within the budget that was set forth that is under $1 million. Do you realize that for $1 million, you're only booking 3, maybe 4 devs a year, but you want something that competes with Uber? Nah, man. Nah. Just nah. So yeah, like, clients are the worst. Couldn't deliver a package because a bear was in the driveway. Sounds about right. Ooh, I haven't heard that one upmost. That sounds like, is CM Griffin gonna have to slap someone? Yeah, why'd you get laid off from your last company? I slapped the client. Why'd you slap the client? They basically said everything I could do could be done with ChatGPT. Oh, All right. Yeah, no, that's fine. You're hired. Like, yeah, cool. I get it. Oh, you're a dev with a backbone. Welcome aboard. All right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, there you go, the bread. Yes, Tom Woganowski from Office Space, right? Like, I already told you, I deal with the goddamn customers, so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I'm good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people? Yeah. Tom could have been a better project or product manager. But you know what? I want a Tom working at the company I work at because as a dev, I don't want to be directly interfacing with the client. Worst project I ever worked on. Actually, like not even the one I just mentioned. I had a project manager who was a yes man. Anything the client wanted, they got it. No problem. No big deal. Yeah. Oh, you want to do this thing that's totally like outside the scope of the original contract, even though we're on a fixed bid? Yeah, you got it. No big deal. Right? If you have a project manager who's not willing to be the bad guy every once in a while, being the bad guy falls on the dev. And you know what? The dev can't afford to be the bad guy in those situations because the dev is automatically the bad guy every time the client finds a bug. And they will find bugs. You know? You need the project manager who's already built up goodwill to be the bad guy every once in a while because that stuff equalizes out. The dev is just a negative buffer going lower and lower and lower every time because you have to push back because the project manager isn't pushing back on budget. Worst project manager I ever had. They never actually managed another project after that because they weren't good at it. Funnily enough, that was the last project I worked on for that agency. Besides, like, the one project I worked on that ended up hiring me because they had a nice contract that allowed them to hire from the company I was at. I took that shit the first chance I got. There you go, Holly. Learning the language? Fuck it. Learning the fundamentals of programming and logic? Fuck it. No. Learning to say no. That is the number one skill a dev needs. You're right. We got there. We got there eventually. It just took some ranting. Just took a little bit of ranting. No big deal. It's kind of what I'm good at, I think. Riffing with Griffing. I should actually change my my YouTube channel, right? I should create a whole new YouTube channel for just my live streams and call it Riffing with Griffing. Maybe that's what like a podcast would be named. Riffing with Griffing. Bam. Podcast material right there. Ripping with Griffing would actually be a different thing in which I just smoke weed and like product test, right? Like different companies' product. That's a totally different podcast. That said, I think you're onto something. Yeah, Lanky Moose. Like the proper way to say no while still saying yes. Ooh. Yeah, right? Like, oh yeah, client, we can totally do that if we add another 300 grand to the budget. That's actually saying no without having to say yes. Or it's actually saying yes without having to say no. right? Because the client's going to say no, right? But you said yes. That's a skill right there. And if they actually sign off on it, well, then, yeah, your company's stoked anyway. Sure. I like the way you think. We have not seen Space Case yet today, so I'm going to send him a quick message. All right, so hold on. Give me a second. I do have to pee. I got enough water for another beverage, so we're good there for now. So give me just a second. It'll be a quick bathroom break. I don't even think I need to change scene. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Hey, John, you got to get going. Yeah, no worries. It's late where you're at? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no worries. I stream like 5 days a week, so I'll see you soon. This week it's actually been like 7, which is nice. What's the deal with table key managers? So this is how I programmatically create keys and like query for them. So because I'm using DynamoDB and I'm using a single table data design, it means that my partition key, sort key, and like tertiary and quaternary key, like how I query for data, I have to generate a string that I match against. Because Dynamo fundamentally just doesn't have joins. So I have certain like rows that I want to grab based upon maybe like the business and the balance and the account that I'm fetching. And there may be a bit of like, well, yeah, I shouldn't have any collisions between account IDs. But at the end of the day, as long as I have business and balance ID, as well as account ID, there's no chance of a collision there. So yeah, it's like a string key kind of like problem to solve. And this is my own like homegrown ORM for DynamoDB. I get it. Yeah. there is basically no such thing as a join with Dynamo. Instead, you need to get your data based upon certain things, and it's just easier if you're jamming these things into a single like key. So like realistically, the key ends up looking something like PK underscore business underscore business ID. Oh, hold on. Right? Like this is kind of how I end up building all of this. So then it's like underscore balance, right? Like bam, this is like the string key that I would query for a specific like set of transactions for a specific account. Meanwhile, I could also just query for a specific transaction ID just as at a single value, right? And yes, like the collisions we might have from this, I'm using Nano ID to generate pretty much all this stuff. So I'm currently building an alphabet from all of this stuff, right? My Nano ID is 21 characters from this entire alphabet. And the chance of a collision for this alphabet is really low, but you know what? I might decide to increase that to 32 anyway. No, keys are pretty much just to do like simpler lookups, right? The keys are for like a key value store kind of lookup. Why not just crypto.random UUID? The main reason is I can decide how big the ID itself needs to be. Random UUID is fixed at 32-bit. Meanwhile, with what I'm doing here, we're at a way larger level. So like a UUID is actually fundamentally tied to a number. By using a string, and because like Dynamo doesn't give a shit about string versus number, it's still kind of basically the same lookup table. I can actually increase the size of this massively, right? By allowing uppercase and lowercase, we've already increased the entropy of this key generation by like major orders of magnitude. Whereas a UUID is fundamentally tied to just like a 64-bit number. I think it's 64-bit. So I actually get way more like security against collisions by defining this in a bigger way. Oh, what up, Clayberg? How you doing? So, like, technically, that's what I'm generating. These are indexes. So if we go back to data here, these are actually, like, literally indexes that we can look up based upon. With DynamoDB, right, your partition and sort key are automatic, right? Like, those are required for every row. But if I wanted to look up every transaction based upon just the business ID, I would need a separate index to do so. If I wanted to find all of the transactions based upon the business ID and the balance ID, I would need just an index to do so. Is it ideal? No, but it's fucking fast and like pretty much infinitely scalable. My nightmare is having to manage the scalability of database servers. That's my fucking nightmare. I don't care. I don't want to do that ever again. I've done it for a couple projects, and I hate it. It's the worst. Right? You need someone on call to manage that shit. Meanwhile, DynamoDB scales to 0. I only pay for the data I'm storing and the access patterns. You know, like every single like startup, like entrepreneur, like, you know, serial entrepreneur has projects that no one actually uses. If I'm using Dynamo, that scales to 0 and I don't pay anything for it. If I have a service that blows up, well then yeah, I pay for the popularity of that service and hopefully I'm monetizing in some way. The thing I'm building right now is actually a service I want to use for every other service I want to build, right? Because every other service I want to build is going to have the idea of quotas and balances that I want to charge users for based upon the tier of their subscription or whatever, or them topping up a balance or any of that. So I'm basically building out a business for other businesses I want to build. I have used Terso in the past. The biggest thing I'm going to point out is Terso is outside of where I am deploying these things, right? Maybe Terso is in the same data center as what I'm building, but there's no guarantee for that. Meanwhile, Dynamo is within the same data center, so I'm looking at like less than 10 milliseconds to query it, right? So to me, like a waterfall of API requests to Dynamo, right? Technically like database requests to Dynamo, that waterfall really doesn't matter to me. I'm happily going to waterfall a couple requests rather than like really, really worrying about making only one request to Terso, right? Using the right joins and all that bullshit. And in my opinion, like, nah, like certain things have to waterfall, right? Checking if the user has a valid token, if that user exists and all that stuff. Nah, man, like that has to happen before you do anything else. You're already dealing with a little bit of a waterfall for every application you build. So at that point, the cost of that waterfall is something I'm optimizing for a little bit. So Lanky Moose, and I think we still have the solid hack thing going. Yeah, if you want to maybe like upvote this thing I made called Githium. I don't know if you've seen it yet or if you've actually checked it out. Right? Githium is a tool that helps you visualize diffs, right? In a socially shareable way. So I can click next, I can click generate, and I can end up getting this like GIF that I could download and share to social media. Bam, I got this GIF, right? Pretty cool. I built this for the Solid Hackathon, right? Solid Hack 2024. And I would love your vote if you think it's a useful tool. First prize is like $5,000. I could really use that $5,000. I just bought a new Mac Mini. I could really use that $5,000. But I ended up using Terso for the persistence of this. If you log in, right, I can click login. I'm going to log in with, GitHub and Terso. And bam, I got my already saved snippet. And you can save other snippets and do all that BS and blah, blah, blah. I'm using Terso for all of that storage. I think it's nice. I really don't like SQLite for anything that I'm planning on scaling, though, because I don't like the idea of a varchar for every text field. That's a huge fucking problem to me. So SQLite and the way they model data is like just not okay in my book when I'm considering a service that I really, really, really need to scale. Just because of the way I learned and was taught database scalability. Right? I need fixed length fields for database tables that I care about. SQLite not having the ability to do that, that's a huge fucking problem. So Juggler, the contest is Solid Hack. Right? So Solid Hack is like the competition or hackathon that I built the tool for just for fun because I was traveling way too much over the last month and a half, and I wanted something that wasn't as in-depth as Waltr, the thing that I'm building right now, because, dude, like, the stuff I'm doing right now with Waltr, there's no way in hell I'd be able to take a week off and remember where I left off, right? And then only spend a couple days and then take another week off. Whereas, like, yeah, Solid Hack, I was able to, like, take weeks off in between, like, working on it and jump right back in and keep building. So I'm really happy with the fact that I chose to build Solid Hack or build Githium for Solid Hack. Like during the past month and a half, because I was traveling way too much for conferences. I proposed way too many talks for way too many conferences in too short of a time frame. Note to self, don't do that. Is the tool multi-step? So that is something that one person has already asked for. Like, well, yeah, we only have like the 2 steps of the start and the end, but adding other steps in between is not a bad idea. I'm just not sure how I want to tackle that yet. And technically, I can't push up any changes until the voting is ended. So voting for Solid Hack ends in 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So please, if you like what I built, please go vote for it. If you like the fact that Shiki Magic Move exists now in the Solid ecosystem, maybe vote for that as like a library thing, because I did that too. But yeah, Githium, like, I'm not trying to win both. And honestly, there's way better stuff in the library category, but in the app category, I think I nailed it. I think I have the best app. But I voted for others too. And if you like others, you can actually vote for more than one. All you have to do is star the thing that you like. So yeah, if you're over here, check out some of these projects. Some of them are really cool. I think Duck Chess is actually kind of a fun, cool idea. I think, Githium, obviously. Pipeline UI was also a cool idea. I think there's a few of these that are definitely worth your votes, besides just the one I built. Vote for anything that you actually like. I recognize that I have a major leg up on every other person submitting these apps because I'm sitting here streaming every day. But I simply want to say, like, please vote for other things that you think are cool too. I don't want to simply only use my benefit of being a streamer to win. I think other things deserve votes as well. But also, I do kind of want to win. I like money. Right? I still have to buy my season's pass to Stevens Pass, right? Like, I need to get my season's pass to Stevens Pass here in Washington. I'll be buying that tonight because I believe they stop selling the season's pass tomorrow. You voted because you like the product, not just because I bought the Mac. I get it. That's fine. I don't care about your reason. I'm thankful either way. Yeah, season pass deadline for sure, man. Yeah, I have to, I'm going to be spending like $1,000 tonight to buy my season's pass. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. You saw it when I was building it? Yeah, oh man, we got so much stuff I can push up once voting is done. I don't think I'm going to stick around long enough to push it up after voting is done tonight, but we'll push it up tomorrow. Yeah, no worries, Holly. That's fine. No, I get it. Yeah, you've been following since May. Like, oh man, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, no good, Nick. I think there is more that they could do. I think next year, if they do another solid hack, I would actually like reach out to them to let me help contribute to their website more. Like, I bet it's open source. I bet I could have done more. I didn't have time. But yeah, next year I would happily help contribute. Oh, and 1 second. Sorry, Bartek. So one major thing, and hold on. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like the pipeline thing is about visualizing your like GitHub actions, basically. So you can like load up a project that has a GitHub action and then like visually edit that action. I think it's actually a really like interesting and cool idea. Personally, like I think it's nice. How come Solid.js wants to access your account? It's kind of how they deal with like preventing spam. So yeah, sorry about that, Juggler, right? You don't have to like register and like vote, like up to you. Totally up to you. If you want to guard your account and like you're not okay with people having access to what your email is, like I get it. That's fine. I'm not upset. I totally understand, actually. But it is part of their like anti-spam mechanism. So at that point, does it make sense? You don't have to like it, but does it still make sense? I think it does. So yeah, honestly, I'm really proud of Giphium. The next thing I'm going to be doing there you go. Yeah, Bartek. Like it becomes really cool the moment you give it like a repo that has a pipeline, right? It's like a visual editor for your GitHub Actions like pipelines. I think that shit's actually amazing. It's a really smart idea. I like what they did with it for sure. Yeah, for sure. I think they totally deserve a vote. I just want to win instead of them. That's all. But not like, yeah. Vote for the stuff that you like. There's actually like a really cool list of projects that people have done. Some of them, the ones that require a login to even do anything, that's a harder sell. That is a much harder sell. Can I just point out, like, man, the fact that Giphium doesn't require a login is the reason that I ended up getting this many votes on a Reddit post. If I required people to log in, oh my God, there's no way in hell I would have gotten 635 upvotes on the web dev subreddit. Like, dude, like the Reddit community in general hates having to sign up for a thing. Hates. Like, hate. But hey-oh, 69K total views over on Reddit. Y'all are the best. That's huge. Yeah, once we get the MP4 and like other fixes that I have staged behind my next branch, once we get those merged, I'll do like a Hacker News post and like Product Hunt as well. Let's actually look at this. I have not looked at the plausible metrics. I'm really curious about that now. Let me just play some random music. Oh, that's just a single song. Come on, man. Mitch Murder, save us. Ooh, that's actually kind of solid. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. Nah, that is solid. Yeah, I'm into it. I find it strange that the direct none is as much as it is. I feel like Reddit should be higher. But I'm wondering like how much is like people with like ad blockers that prevent the refer thing from actually going through. No, and I get that. That's fine. Like, no, that sounds cool, Bartek. I like that. That's a good idea. I'm just super fucking lazy. So, nah, I'm good. 669 visitors to the homepage. Heyo. Nice. All right, so hold up. I was thinking I was gonna cook tonight. I think I'm door dashing Indian food again. I'm totally gonna win this solid hack thing so I can afford it, right? Wink. Sushi? No, sushi sounds good, but like I don't actually like sushi during the winter. Sushi is like a summertime food to me. Right? Like during the winter, I want something like warm that like warms me up, you know? Wait, why are you tagging me on that? Do you disagree? Like any day, any time is sushi time? All right. No, that's fine, man. We can disagree. That's okay. Don't feel bad about it. Wait, hold on. Holly, what are you having a look at? My bad. Oh, you're saying like plausible, like IP blah blah blah. Like I don't know, like plausible is like fully GDPR compliant, so I don't know if they actually do like IP address stuff at all. You were saying about Bartek's repo. No, I get that. That makes sense. I mean, duck chess is nice. Like, isn't it? Like, it's actually kind of good being able to, like, block someone's move. Like, no, that's smart. I thought duck chess was cool, man. All right, so who all's out there? And I just saw some mod lurking. How you doing out there? Stream I was in ended up raiding into you like after like 3 or 4 steps. So yeah, hell yeah. How you doing out there? But no stress. We're chilling. Without saying your name, did you end up going to GitHub Universe at all? Like, I'm not worried if you didn't. Like, I had a ticket to give to someone. I'm not worried if you didn't use it. That's fine. I would have felt bad not giving it to anyone, you know? That's all. Yeah, like, seriously. No stress whatsoever. I had a really good time at GitHub Universe, though. It was fun. It was like a really good event. But yeah, let me double check and consider what we're doing here. Holly, you're saying you use an API to do like IP address to like location lookups? Yeah, the thing I've used in the past was MaxMind. Yeah, I think Google has a service for it too, but MaxMind also has a service I've used in the past. So you use MaxMind. Yep. Yeah, MaxMind is fine. I believe Google also has one. I think they cost more than MaxMind though. So yeah, just throwing that out there. I do think I want to do something like this. Plausible has like IP location lookup stuff built in. I mean, I don't know. They do something to figure it out, but I don't know if it's accurate. I don't know. I just don't care about where people are from if they're looking at my site. I care about like number go up. Wow, 16 people of almost 700 actually like tried to log in. I'm not worried about that. But yeah, kind of cool. Wow. Okay, so the custom like Zod one of validator that gets some like organic SEO. That's kind of cool. I don't put in nearly enough effort towards all this stuff. But I bet Colin from Zod would actually be like stoked on recognizing like how much people like, comparatively land on my page about this stuff. The fact that like the Expo detox thing is so popular is crazy. Like side project hell I think makes sense. Huh. Yeah, I haven't looked at these numbers in like probably a year. I think Plausible is a nice service and I am happy to pay for it. I didn't realize how much like value I derived from it just from being able to see some of this stuff. It's nice. All right, so yeah, considering back to what we're building here. Nah, this is Quota ID. I think the biggest thing to like recognize about DynamoDB versus like a traditional database is that you need to like think about how you're going to query things way ahead of time. Like in such like an ahead of time way that yeah, as someone on stream like said just like yesterday or the day before, it does really mean that you need to think ahead about your data access patterns. And changing that becomes way more effort than you would normally have to put in. That said, I think we're okay. right? Like we need to think about these as like the indexes we're creating for tables. But because we're doing a single table, it's a little bit different. But it's really basically the same thing. Right? Like I'm using these like tables.transactions, but because it's a single table, it's really just how we end up prefixing our lookup, right? Like how we generate that key. Ooh, and hold on. We just got some follows. Rodra, thank you for that follow 10 minutes ago. And then the Crusty Juggler, thank you 9 minutes ago. Yeah, the Crusty Juggler reference I just made. Yeah, that's from Hot Fuzz. Love that movie. Crusty Jugglers. All right, so we got more work to do. I think we're done with setting up our table keys. And yeah. Could we have been done quicker? Maybe. Now, like, thinking about our data access patterns is really important. All right, so Indian food is going to be delivered anytime between 10 minutes from now and 30 minutes from now. So yeah, we should be good. Let's look at what we've actually done so far. Yes, I am doing some Indian food, and it will be somewhat spicy. The spiciness you see right there, that is from JSTS Biscuits. Let me go look at like another file. Here we go. So in this file, we might see that, yeah, there's a spicy level of recognizing what this bracket ties to. I built a tool called HTML Biscuits for HTML. But for some reason, it's not coming up. If I just Google it, it's the first result. That's SEO right there. But yeah, if you want to annotate an ending div within your HTML, HTML Biscuits totally has you. Like, it's okay, man. Right? You change up that class, that ID, and you know what div that div is. In a larger file, yeah, you might only see that bit. And how do you know which div is which? Like, to paste something in. You know? So yeah, we're almost at, like, you know, we're not quite halfway to 12K. But we're at 11K installs of HTML biscuits, and I think it's really nice. Like, I've worked on projects where someone added actual, like, comments at the end of a div saying what that div was closing. Like, comments living in your source code. They're, like, out of date the moment someone pushes a new, like, commit. So it's just effort to maintain. So yeah, like, if you're doing HTML in, like, large files, HTML biscuits has you. But can we recognize that, yeah, you might need to solve that problem in JavaScript? Sure. JSTS biscuits has a little bit more effort to go, but we do annotate things and we kind of get it going, right? Not a big deal. My favorite is actually the assorted biscuits, right? Which is very, like, holiday focused, right? That tin of assorted biscuits that is like the biscuit, like, you know, the butter cookies that you might get for holidays. Or if you're like your aunt and uncle or aunt or uncle decides to, like, turn it into like a sewing kit, like storing thing, you know, tomato. I get it. But the idea is, like, yeah, I can annotate an ending bracket inside of Rust code based upon how we started it. No big deal. Auto-generated on the fly in your editor, so it's not stored anywhere. Yeah, this is purely driven by your source code. You change your source code, and it's not actually recorded anywhere. So yeah, like, this running thing is purely ephemeral. This is a virtual text, or I forget what they call it in VS Code. I think it's an annotation. In NeoVim, it's a virtual text. And if you really want to use it in NeoVim, well, yeah, some stoner ended up creating a thing called NeoVim biscuits. I don't know who that stoner is. I bet he wears beanies and has, like, a really good dimple. But yeah, like, you can totally, like, annotate your NeoVim code with brackets as well. Like, you know, like, yeah, you can make it, like, only live on the thing that you want to, like, fiddle with, like the ending bracket that your cursor's on, all that stuff. Pretty damn cool, I think. Yeah, the comment about the dimple, that totally did it, didn't it? You're welcome. I get it. But yeah, so, like, I know enough people that use NeoVim, and building out the biscuits was actually, like, so easy because I was already using Tree Sitter. I decided to just build it out. And if you look at the list of people that helped me make this actually usable, yeah, we got Arsani here. We got Creative Null, who we haven't seen for a while. I hope they start streaming again because they were awesome. Tej, right? Mr. NeoVim himself helped actually improve this code base. Mr. NeoVim himself. Right? So just saying. This is NeoVim, like, Mr. NeoVim approved. But oh shit. All right, so my food's about to be here real soon. Sorry, I really hope Space Case was able to make it in at some point. But yeah, we're going to go raid someone because my food's about to be delivered and I'm getting hungry. So who do we go raid? Matisse Tech. We're going to go raid Matisse Tech. All right, so people here on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We had a great day. There's technically no one there, so we're good. Later there.